But the guests will be coming in at 10 o'clock.
TOP FM.
That is 6 o'clock, right?
Yeah. So I didn't want him to go live. I wanted to wait until the guest is in the studio before we go live.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah.
that was all right going live.
Yeah, we're going live now. He went live and he's not on the screen. How do you do that? You know, yeah. Now,
Well, why does it usually say TOFM, not TOPFM?
it doesn't say TOP.
Huh?
I thought it says TOP.
No, I get TOFM.
Oh, okay. I'll listen to it tomorrow and see.
Yeah.
I mean, it's spelled out there, so it should say it.
Maybe it's swallowed a P.
All right, Chris, are you there?
The man went live, and
I am here. I am here. I'd like to say good evening and welcome. You guys were talking, you were live, so and I
thank
told you
you.
earlier.
Oh, we're live? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
All right, we gotta let them know before we go live now. So we're gonna be talking, and then we don't want to put a hearing be hearing us.
But so long you come around in the area, even when you not go live, the radio people who listening by radio can hear you guys.
No.
Yeah.
Unless you come on and I won't go live. But so now we're waiting for you. We'll be in the background, be talking.
But when we come, okay. So thank you so much. We are already here, and let me say good evening to you, Mr. Wright, and good evening to you, Mr. And Josh Numo. It's a pleasure being with you guys tonight. You know, we are on the weekend edition of the program I Bed to D4. Let me say good evening to our regular callers, Ma Annan, Willie Katu, Ma Vic, Felicia Tobo, Amos Williams. Let me say all of you that always listening to Top FM Folly, and the rest of you guys, let me say good evening and welcome. And those of you always following on the online platform, Facebook, YouTube, and I like to say good evening to every one of you and welcome. And this is a weekend edition. As we told you, the Alberto D4 is one of the informative and regular program that comes your way from Monday to Saturday. Just imagine somebody working from Monday to Saturday. I mean, it requires commitment. So let me say good evening to you, the host, Mr. Wright and Mr. Numbo, and the rest of the other panel that are going to come in. Mr. Wright, the floor is yours, and then you know how you're going to be shooting the ball tonight. Thank you so much.
Alrighty. Thank you, gentlemen, and it's good to be here on set for another edition of the show. Tonight, we will be coming live with a special guest in studio, Councillor Mohammed Fambulet, who is the chairman of the Independent National Committee or Commission, however you want to call it, on Human Rights. Okay? He's going to be live in studio talking about the reports that they just put out. And we're going to be going into the current events that force within the various human rights, within the country. I mean, we're going to be talking about, the current arrest of the vice president. And we're also going to bring up the issue of the missing persons in Granger County, because that, in fact, is the real human rights issue. And we'd like to know if his organization is aware of those missing people within the county. And we're going to be engaging on so many other topics. So stay with us. We're glad to have you, on the program. Like we usually do here, we'll go around the table and talk about our locality, and then we'll delve into the program. Our guest is going to be joining us in the next 26 minutes, so we're going to use the 26 minutes to talk about the issues that are pertinent to our discussion. Here in the Commonwealth City of Fredericksburg, Virginia, USA, it is cloudy. I don't know if it's going to rain or not, but it's very cloudy out there. Uh, nice weather, but like I always say, it's tired of the rain. Too much rain. We don't want the rain. But cloudy weather, as it is out there, we'll take it any day because it's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful to be out there. But everything is okay yet on my end, and we'll thank God to be here. Mr. Nuba, what is going on in your neck of the woods?
Well, everything is fine here. It's not as hot as it used to be. Looks like it's going to rain, but I don't think it will rain. Uh, but that what I do not think, but because I have to look at the forecast. Even if the forecast says it's going to rain sometime, it doesn't rain. So, so I don't know what it depend on. But here in Philadelphia, I know everything is good. What I have on my mind, 20 people were deported to Liberia, and I think 200 persons to be deported pretty soon. Liberia has agreed to accept the deportees, and these deportees are not Liberians. They are from places like Venezuela, Cuba, Colombia, and other countries. But our government has accepted them to come to Liberia, and they, some of them can apply for residency. And applying for residency, I believe that can eventually lead to citizenship. And not all of these people will be black people. We have the law, the Constitution that says people of Negro descent. So no, I don't know how the government will go by that or will pass by that. Another issue on my mind is the Jewett Taylor issue, not Tower. It looks like there is a rift within her party.
The NPP?
They issue a statement, and that statement was not ready to be issued, but it was issued anyhow. So the chairman of MPP is not happy at that about that. So as it stands, the only group that is united behind Joel Howard Taylor is somehow united behind Joel Howard Taylor at CDC. Thank you.
So, who is the current chairman now of NPP? Is it Joel?
MP, I think some Marva. I think it's
wasn't it between this guy? What's the name? Bonnie and Joel.
I don't know which faction he is. He is member of. He is chairman of. But I will find out in a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, look, for me, this is what I was saying, right? These people now have history. Look, I want to become. I want to be very measured here. Um, but 6 years of leadership carries a lot of baggage. Yeah. 6 years of leadership carries with it lots of baggages. I'm sorry.
And what
Boya Alexander.
what I'm hearing. Hold on. Let me.
Yeah. So yeah, like I was saying, while Joji is getting his call, 6 years of leadership carries a lot of baggages, my people. And it's not strange for me to hear that, within the NPP, the party that Madam Jiwa belongs to, it's not coming up with one singular position. It's not strange to me at all. Now, if some of you out there that are listening can remember, even when CDC and the coalition won the election, there was a misunderstanding, all right, between Martin Taylor and I think what Bonnie at the time, Senator Bonnie at the time, who to lead the party, who was supposed to be recognized as the duly recognized chairperson of the party. And that confusion went on, and why it seemed at the time that she may have won the battle because she was recognized by CDC at the time. And that problem still lingered. It still did. That problem still lingered. And you see that problem now lifting its ugly head again. That's what I meant. 6 years of leadership has or carries with it lots of baggages. You rub people wrong by some of the decisions you make. You may have consciously or subconsciously, neglect people. Not that you mean to do it, but your position, Nigel Messi, your level don't change. And sometimes you may not come down to that. And people say, oh, look at him. Oh, look at her. All of that, they become your liability as you move on. And so I'm not surprised at all to hear that NPP is not issuing a unified position statement. I'm not surprised at all. Not at all. But
Okay.
Mr. Dewey, coming back?
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, sir.
I'm back. Oh, I was taking care of some issues. Issue that people are supposed to discuss in a forum, and some people want to discuss those issues on the phone. Yes, so that was it. It's concerning the Southeastern Liberia chat room. My response to you, that was one of my guys.
Oh, the response you sent to my comment? It won't wait. They'll give you more call. You got by tomorrow. I'll tell you what I want to.
I told him go and write your opinion. Said, so what will they change? But what will the call change? Well, MPP, their national chairman is Senator James Banning, and Joe Mova, who claimed to be the chairman, I think is the acting chair for the Joe Howard Taylor faction. And I believe former Senator Dan Marias is in the Joe Howard Taylor fashion. And the draft they had, I think it was the Marias group that published it. And so there is this back and forth in their chat room, the MPP chat room, that Joe Mawa said no, he did not authorize it. And I have not seen any statement from Banning side or since the arrest of the former VP. So there's a big confusion within the MPP.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But we'll come back to you on that, Mr. Nubo. Thank you for that update. Let's go to Mr. Chris Ware. Mr. Chris Ware, talk to us about Zulu Whiskey and what's going on, sir. You're muted.
Zulu Whiskey, everybody is building whiskey.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Wright, and let me say thank you to you, Mr. Josh Numo. Grand Jira is doing good. Yeah, Grand Jira is doing good. We thank God. Always I told people, no day, I don't know about the other country, but Liberia that I live, anyone you see, you speak to them, whether they are sick, they will say, I'm okay. Yeah, Grand Jira is sick, but we like to say thank God because we always see a new day. Today it was a very great day because we've been talking about the Saino Road area, getting to the market. We call it the dry red market. The authority see reason to look at it, and the two trucks that were blocking that place for which the citizen were using the air fee were open a little bit. Only thing we're waiting for is the rain, but the way they face it, at the time rain come, we're going to see what will happen. But however, thank God we're okay. So Zwayu is okay. Our marketeers, our motorcyclists are all moving around freely. When it comes to the weather, the 2 days now ago, the rain falls in the evening, in the afternoon, but for today, at least thank God, Zwayu is okay. Even now, the weather is better. So I like to say Zwayu is okay. Thank God. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ware. And can you do me a quick favor? Can you send the link to Anointed so she can join us?
Yeah, I already sent it to her. I sent it to her and I told her that she should follow the process.
Okay.
Yeah, and when they asked her to enter studio, let her enter. I told her already. I just called. Like she the one I was speaking to when you asked me to speak.
Oh, okay, good. All right, great.
Maybe the people who started some work on the road, maybe they heard me last night. And then I think they will do more when they hear, when they read what I wrote.
Yeah. What happened is those the people that face the area for which it lasts longer was those groups slope the area because that place is a hill and no rock there. It's a muddy area and the place is very slippery and not have no rock. So what the people did, they slope it. But what they did for what we saw that happened there, they just waste the dirt there. And no way when the water passes, it's going to pass all over. So if rain having to fall, it's going to be a problem. Yes. Because if you not slope the place for open the gutter on the side, you're going to see that the rain going to pass in the center of the way. Going to feel, and the water going to be finding your own way. So that is a problem. But we're looking there. If rain fall, they're going to see what to do. But thank God that today people were able to pass there, and those trucks that were there that were blocking the way, they just left and went at the front. They just try to put them together before it go. So I think progress was made. So let's appreciate that little one first. Thank you.
Okay. Um. Well, if that how it is, it is. If that how it is currently, they still have to do some work because when you slope the hill, you go in a valley. You have to put a drainage there. How do you expect the water from down uphill not across the road? So that's common sense. That one is not even engineering. Common sense. And the people that fix these all gravel roads, they need to be given or certain years to maintain the roads. Like 5 years after you build a road, you keep on maintaining it. But our government just give you the road contract and you do it however you want to do it. There is no inspector there from public works, and that's why all our roads are getting bad. Because there's no oversight. Thank you. Mhm. I think it's all right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Numbo, and thank you to our listeners out there. This is why we have the first segment. The first segment that open the door, to our listeners out there. I told people it's not a right, it's a privilege. The first segment is not a right, it's a privilege. If people desire to give it to you, they give it to you. If they don't want to give it, they don't give it. Yeah, but it's their right. That even somebody give it and not give it is for you. So for that, we give the people the platform to call and tell us what is happening in your community, what is going on. Mr. Wright, I don't know what is the way forward. You are the host. You can direct me what to do, then we will go ahead. But
I
Mr.
mean,
Numbo,
you can
anytime Mr.
go,
Wright is not here, you take control.
you
So
can,
where is the
you
way
can go to
forward?
you can go to the line.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Power sweet. But when you not get the power, you say power
Okay.
sweet. So now since I have the power now, I will go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you. We hold it right there, and we'd like to say good evening to our regular listeners, follower, fans, and friends out there. If you are there, let hear you. What is on your mind? What is happening in your community? What do you want to bring to the attention of our listeners? Thanks and friends out there. Let's go to the phone line and talk to our
All right, we're
first
not going to be
caller.
just a
Good
call,
evening.
okay? Just a call. You come back.
Bro, Tweet, this is Do.
Onyx,
On the
sorry. Mr. Wright, what you say?
Is a guest
After this
coming?
call, come back. After this call, come back.
Okay.
I should go and come back?
He said just that call. It looks like the
Okay.
guest is about to come.
Okay. Okay. Honest, though, I like to say sorry. You can still call her back. Yeah, those
No,
of you there, you can.
you should have taken it.
Mm, okay. Let talk to our own father, Mr. C. Gonda. Mr. Gonda, good evening and welcome.
Okay, thank you for the recognition. I have many concerns, but just few because as the show go along, will follow. The first and foremost are the missing people because they're not boys, they're men.
Mhm.
my first concern go to the central government. Nobody in this country will tell me that the central government is not in the know of the missing people.
Mhm.
And nothing is being done for the central government. We always blame superintendent this and this. I always make reference to the case in point in Maryland. Called the thanking of Alan Yancey and Jimmy Anderson. This case was investigated by the national government and came to logical conclusion, and those that were guilty, they paid the price for it. Now for our side, I think of this side, they always thought the superintendent is supposed to do this, the county attorney is supposed to do this. I don't say they're not supposed to perform, they were supposed to come from up there, and then they will perform. That's the first thing that
Mr. Say Gonda. Mr. Say Gonda.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
you have to go and come back because we are not getting you. And I think they probably have interest in hearing what you are saying, understanding you also. So you have to go and come back, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so let's wait for our guest now.
So no more call, eh? We don't think any more call.
Archie,
You are muted.
there's a question.
Yeah, no. The guest will soon be here in 4 minutes. So let's just discuss until the guest comes to.
Okay.
Okay.
So my own brother and son was beating on me on my presentation about the road situation in Israel City. And he was on my side last night while blasting the county administration.
Hold on, Chris. Chris went 180 on you.
What is it?
I said Chris went 180 on you.
He is muted.
I'm not muted. Chris is muted. I'm not muted.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, but I'm not hearing Chris.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but go ahead, Georgie. You're saying something.
Okay. And today, the county administration will make some moves. That's what Chris was talking about. So, and in your post, you call me, a primary advisor to Joe Walker. Maybe, propaganda machine for Joe Walker, even though you didn't go that far. But that's what it means. But these things, when they happen, they give equipment to our people all over the country. And our people have to use their own brains about this equipment because maybe when they make call to Monrovia, it will take them some time to get answer. So they have to put some ideas together and see how to solve these problems and try and get us started. Maybe it could be Riverview tomorrow or Maryland County together or tomorrow or Kmart. So I think the people from Zaytown were here, they were going to slap you.
Matthew.
Say you went off on the wrong person. The person who was giving advice as to how to solve our problems. You started beating on him. But the day we meet in Zaytown will take care of that issue.
No, look, Mr. Newbold, your write-up exposes a very serious problem
Mm.
And it is one that we must. Okay, 1 second. I think the guest is calling me. 1 second.
Okay. I think the girls most of the time have problem the first time.
Yeah, that's why he ain't here. His aide is working on it.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll get through.
Yep.
Look, so I was saying your write up did expose some fundamental flaw in the decision making process of the yellow machine procurement.
Mm.
Let's say yellow machine buying. Okay, look, it's the people went and got the machine before they trained before they got the operators. The drivers, like you don't know how to drive, but you went and bought a car, a very expensive car.
I don't even know if they have the operators for all the equipment.
No,
No. I have no way of knowing.
no, and yes, the thing, Mr. Nubo, they can't hire just one operator per machine. They can't. If they do that, it will be a serious problem for them. They got to get at least or two or three operator to one machine, so that when another guy falls sick or another guy is tired, somebody can be able to take over. Or like the way to do it in some sort of era, train everybody on all the machineries.
And which government entity will foot the bill?
That's what we keep asking for all along. Where is the money to fund the yellow machine czar and his committee coming from? Where is the government getting the money from? They need to tell us. Is it coming? Is it going to be a budget line? Or where is it coming from?
Maybe they just supplementary budget.
Okay, but then tell us. Put it out there. Let's see it.
For the yellow machines, and we will know by November or December where the funding for the operations of the yellow machines will come from. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all of that is good and dandy, but they got to be transparent about it. I think they got to be transparent about it. And I know you don't disagree with me on that. They need to be transparent about how to go. Okay, man, there's a lot of. Pick up. I mean, because I probably when new guests coming on, they take it out. You said.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. People have to be transparent, and I think people in the counties are confused too. They don't have budget for the yellow machines. Public Works does not have offices in the counties, and how they operate the yellow machines. Where will they get fuel from? Who will pay the operators? I mean, who will? They say they have spare parts, but if the yellow machines are not taken good care of, those spare parts will not be used, but they will get lost. They will get lost.
Yeah.
And a year from now, we'll be looking for spare parts for the compactor, for the truck, for the grader, and what have you.
But Mr. Nuba, like I was saying earlier, why did they rush to buy the yellow machine when they knew very well that they didn't have the operators to operate the machineries? How can you go buy a car when you don't know how to drive yet?
Well,
so the car's going to sit in the driveway.
No, two different things. When they bought
explain that to me, please.
Machines, when they bought the machines, there was enough time to train operators. And I heard about recruitment in Monrovia, and I heard about recruitment in the southeast in Plebo. And those are the two recruitments I heard about but I have not heard about the result. Uh-huh.
Yes. Yes. And look, Mr. Nubo, there's one thing to say, oh yeah, we're doing this and we're doing that, and it's all about results. You and I know it's all about results. You can't, it's okay for you to say I'm doing this, or like my man John would say, okay to be busy, but that busyness has to come with results. Anybody can be busy. You call me to my, yeah, my man, I'm busy doing stuff, man, but at the end of the day, can I produce a result out of that busyness? That's what it is. Yes, they said they were doing all of that, but the machines are here. The machines are here, and the machines are not being operated. Like what you just wrote in your article. Why would somebody have such and all the machinery they need to do a little bit of repair on a road, but don't do it, and then they sit there, and people are diverting the traffic onto another road that is creating even more harm. That's what the problem is. And I think, and I'm going to respond to you in the chat room tomorrow. I think this is where the yellow machine czar is supposed to be brought into this conversation. What is going on? Because we have not gotten any update from this man and this the caretaker committee, whatever it is. We have not heard from them yet. Since they did that fanfare. Okay, gentlemen, we got the guest in studio, so.
I see a guest here. I see Claudie.
Yeah, the guest is here. The guest is in studio. I just got to bring him on. 1 second. I want to video the show first.
Oh, okay. I thought Claudie was a guest. I was putting on my shoes to give her a hard time.
No, she's not a guest yet. All right, there you go. The video has shown. I'll bring him on. Consular Mohammed, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Excellent. I can hear you loud and clear too. Mr. Nubo, Mr. Chris, Madam Cleta, can you guys hear the counselor?
Loud and clear.
Good.
Yes, I can hear him clear.
Good. Studio?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
Chris,
getting.
you gotta put some life in to know because I don't know what's going on.
I said yes. I am getting him.
Still worrying about
All right. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we said earlier, we have with us here tonight, Councillor Mohammed Eldust. Am I pronouncing it the right way, sir? Eldust Fambulet?
Sure. Yep.
Right. Eldust Fambulet from the Independent National Committee on Human Rights. Did I call it the right way, sir?
Commission.
Commission on Human Rights. Thank you. All right. And we're going to be talking about his reports and all the other current events that has to do with human rights. So we are absolutely honored to have the counselor with us. And counselor, like I discussed with you in the back previously, we do have a transition. So we're going to go around the table and introduce ourselves. And I'm going to come to you. And then you're going to talk to us about your reports. And then we're going to come after that. We're going to ask you questions. And then we'll go to the line and do our little things there. So let's begin. I am your host, Archie Wright. And I'm going to be hosting the program for tonight. I will now go to Mr. George H. Nubo to introduce himself. Mr. Nubo?
I'm George H. Nubo. From the perspective, I'm one of the panelists on the show. We are glad to have you. And we urge you to feel at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nubo. Let's go to you, Madam Claudia.
Yes, I hope everyone is getting me clear. It's raining very heavy in Margibi. Am I loud and clear?
You are very
Yes.
clear.
Great, perfect. I am a female reporter here in Liberia. I am also a freelancer, and I also freelance and volunteer with legal organization. And I am so happy to have you on this program because you I really commend your efforts that you are making, and I know how passionate you are about the rights of everyone, the citizens, and especially we the women, as we face a lot of gender issues here in Liberia. So I'm pleased to have you here tonight, and thank you for answering to our invite. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Claudia.
It
Mr.
is my
Ware?
pleasure. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chris Ware.
We have Mr.
Yes, sir.
Azra here.
Thank you so much. Let me say thank you, Mr. Family. We are so glad to have you on our show. My name is Chris Beware. I am one of the producer and also uh, a program manager in Atop FM in Zwaju Grand, Jeddah County. And so far, so good. We'd like to say thank you for having you on our platform tonight. Thank you so much.
Archie, it look like you froze.
One of our other panelists, Mr. Emmanuel Zaza. So, Mr. Zaza, could you please introduce yourself, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Good evening to everyone, wherever you are. Hello, whether in the morning or whatever time you find yourself. It's a pleasure to have you in our company, whether it is on the internet or on the radio, wherever you're getting us from. It's a pleasure to have you here today. I want to say hi to every person on this show. Great people like you, Mr. Wright, Mr. Councillor. It should be Councillor, right? Councillor Fambule.
Sure. Yeah.
Is it Miss or Mystery Smith, Mr. Numbo?
Oh my God.
I want to be careful dating that internet. Somebody can carry and say that woman.
No, but MS with period still pronounced Mace now.
Okay, I just want to be sure. So, Beware and everyone else, thank you for taking up your time to come on the platform, and those of you following us, those of you who are contributing one way or other, maybe by calling or maybe texting, thank you for being with us. We are here to listen in, to learn, and maybe if the time is given to contribute. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Thank
my
you,
name is
Mr.
Emmanuel
Zaza.
Zaza. I know my name is there already, so no need.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Zaza. At this time, we'll go to Councillor Fambule to introduce himself and tell us why he's here.
All right. Thank you and good evening to the listening audience. I am pleased to be on your platform. My name is Councillor Mohammed El Dust Fambule. I am the acting chairperson of the Independent National Commission on Human Rights. And today was a great day for the staff and at the commission. We were able to execute one of our statutory duties, both national and that is the release of the 2025 Human Rights Situation Report. So I'm glad to be here.
All right. Thank you so much, Councillor. Again, we want to say it's our pleasure to have you. Talk to us a little bit about the report. What is it the report seek to highlight in this year? I know you said from last year, 2025. What is it? What is the takeaway, or what are the takeaway from the report that you released today, sir?
So this report a fulfillment of its statutory responsibilities. Honor our statute and an international obligation. We are to report annually on the human rights situations in the country. Actually, this report is belated. The report should have been released in December 2025. All right. The suspended chairperson of the commission could not deliver this report after the period of since December. So upon my appointment as the acting chairperson, I made it my duty to outline projects to execute in the period of between 9 December. And so one of those things was to complete this report because it's a statutory requirements by our and also a national international obligation under the Paris Principle. Every national human rights institution is required to report on the human rights situations across the country and make a report. And what we hope to achieve from that report is that when we highlight the human rights situation of the country, the national government, the duty bearer, the obligation to work towards addressing those issues that we highlight in the report. Specifically, the Ministry of Justice, all right, as the arm of government that is responsible to address the issues we highlight in the report. And interestingly, for the first time in 5 years, the Minister of Justice, the Attorney General, were present at the ceremony today when we released this report. And as the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, he welcomed the report and pledged his support to address the issues that we highlighted in the report, and committed to work with us to collaborate in addressing all of the issues considerably so that we can improve the human rights situation of the government. Are you hearing me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not talking, we can put us on mute at all.
Oh, okay,
we are
okay.
hearing you.
So,
Okay.
all right. So, like I said, we released a report, but and we have it on our website. We share with other major institutions, and we will be working with the government in the coming months to address some of the issues. We ourselves, as an institution, will also take on the initiative to address some of the issues therein. One of the issues that were highlighted that we see as a continuous problem associated with the human rights situation across the country is what we call the prison centers. Centers we have are overwhelmed, and you will realize in that report that, take for example, across the country, there are 16 prison facilities across Liberia, all right? And they are all, like the Monrovia City prison that is considered one of the biggest, was meant to have maximum of 300 or 400 at most. But currently it's hosting about 1,500 inmates. So this is a serious matter because our data show that we have 3,697 inmates across the country. Of that number, we have 2,123 as pre-trial detainees. What do we mean by that is that individuals who have not gone to court, or if they have gone to court, they have not been judged and found guilty or not guilty. So they have overstayed in the prison facility across the country and not having access to justice. And this is a serious human rights issue because any individual who is accused and taken to court must have his or the in court. So access to justice is a fundamental human right issue on our constitution as well as international instruments. So we come to realize that of the total number of persons in prison, we have about 66.7%. All right. Our report shows that they continue an increase in the number. It's not declining because in 2017, the total inmate will have about 61.0% of pre-trial detainees. When we went to 2018, you have 61.6%. In 2019, you have 63.6%. In 2020, you have 66.3%. In 2021, we have 66.9%. In 2022, we had 66.5%. Then in 2023, it dropped to 66.4%. All right? In 2024, we now have 65.9%. And in 2025, it went back up to 66.7%. From 65.9% to 66.7%, it means that we have more pre-trial detainees languishing across the country in prison centers who have not had access to justice. One of the things we realize that is responsible for the increase from 2004 to 2005 is because with the new drugs law we have.
Mr. Nippet, can you mute yourself? Excuse me.
Are you hearing me?
Yourself? Yes, I'm hearing you. But I want
one of the factors responsible for the increase in between 2024 to 2025 is the adherence and application of the drugs law. The drugs law is non-billable. And you can see how vigorous government has been in terms of arresting individuals involved either in the trade of drugs or in the consumption of drugs or facilitating the trade of drugs. So arresting these individuals and taking them to court and also to the prison center is one of the factors responsible for the increase of pre-trial detainees. And this matter is a serious matter because in the prison facilities, many of the people that have access to medical care. All right? You found roaches, you found people with all kind of illness, and the
internet. So when he comes back, could we ask him to just wrap up? Because the report is very long. And if he has to make a detailed explanation or report, no, that would take the whole time we scheduled to be here. I hope he will come back.
I think maybe he can give us maybe like the 5 most important human rights violations that relevant to.
Okay, so Mr. Numbo, the way I see it, he's trying to first out because one of the major things that is considered as human rights abuse in most of the things is seizing the right of people, deny people the right. And one of the major ways to deny a right, Mr. Numbo, is to keep you in prison. You can't see your family, you can't move about freely. That's a major right. So he's trying to focus on why there are so many people in prison. And I think that's what you're trying to explain at first. So because they are human rights people.
I mean, I don't know.
On the
I
prison.
don't know if you have seen the report. No,
That's important. That's very important.
Archie has the report in the.
Yeah, I have the report here.
In in a chat room, or I read a report before I came here. So
I have
if
a
we
report.
say he should go
Right now,
into, if we say he should go into the whole report, no, we'll be here for the whole night. So
No, I
let
think
him
you summarizing
summarize
it.
it, and then we ask him some questions.
he's summer.
And he has a report. He will be able to answer the questions. That's my point. I don't know. No,
Mr. Nubo, can I, can I
no.
come in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right now, because of his engagement with Jewel Howe Taylor today, we all know today he was trying his hardest to check on her and see what's going on based on allegations that she might have been injected with poison. She could have been beaten in a cell, because we know how when you enter in prison newly, people will flog you to show you that they're the ones controlling the cell rooms. So he has been able to find out a lot of things that are happening in the prisons that had come up in the report, violations over a lot of it, the crowding, the no medical treatment and those things like that. And I think that's what he was trying to talk about. So I think he should just summarize maybe the most important things that is important to the country right now that surrounds drugs, violence, gender-based violence, domestic violence, because a lot of women are dying at the hands of their husbands and boyfriends. Um, Rape right now, we're not even hearing about rape anymore. I don't know what happened. It just stopped, or so those are the things people are not talking about. What people are talking about, that I think that's what he should summarize around.
Okay. We still hope that he will come back, and Mr. Wright stepped away. Okay, somebody coming back. Oh, he was coming back, but something happened. Chris, do you see
But
him
for
at
the
the
meantime,
back? Okay.
yeah,
Okay,
he's
thank
coming
you.
in. He's coming in.
Thank you for coming back,
All
Councilor
right, cool.
Famula. Please summarize your
Yes.
report, because the internet is not that good on your side, and so we can ask you some questions pertaining to the report. Please summarize it. Thank you.
Okay, so can you hear me, guys? Can you all hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
All right, so now I was just trying to give you an analysis between last year and now, and that to let you know that one of the problems the report highlighted is overcrowdedness. Another area the report highlighted is the issue of the freedom of assembly. All right. It also highlighted the issue of ministerial death. Okay. It spoke about the freedom of press. We have 15 incidences where journalists were harassed, intimidated, arrested, and detained. Okay. We also have about 20 incidents.
Amen. Okay, we are still having problem.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll wait again.
Maybe he just needs to use
to use what?
his mobile phone. It's raining heavy right now, so I think he should use his
Hello?
phone rather than his laptop.
Hello, we are here. We are hearing you. We are here. We are
Hello, can you hear
hearing
me? Yeah, so let me just be fast because the internet is coming as bad. So I was telling you that we have incidents of, issue of journalists being harassed, intimidated. But we also highlighted there were 20 incidents of freedom of peaceful assembly. But in those instances, there were issue of arrest, injury, and alleged use of excessive force. We also highlighted the government own effort in addressing some of the issues. All right. We captured that the government was able to procure 21 vehicles assigned across the country to county attorneys to be able to address access to justice. Okay? And in that process, they were able to have 75 inmates granted executive clemency, 72 inmates granted clemency during the Christmas period. However, like I was saying, the drugs law remains a fundamental issue that is responsible for the increase in the overcrowding of the prison. Maybe I can stop here and you can ask me some questions regarding some of the issues you want to talk about.
Okay, thank you very much. I will go to Honorable Nippy. I hope he has seen the report to see if he has 2 questions for 2 minutes.
Well, I'd like to welcome in studio the elected lawyer, Famulek. Thank him for coming to our radio and television audiences. It's a pleasure always being on set to discuss those pertinent or relevant issues of the conduct of governance, activities in the public sector, in the communities, and what have you. My question is, you've given us increase, decrease, where we understand the number of inmates fluctuate, and pre-trial inmates, meaning for our public understanding, those who have not gone to court, in line to be prosecuted or discharged by the court. That would be what is understandably a pre-trial procedure. Having said that, I did not hear you speak about information concerning, I'm driving, so I will not be looking on the screen. I did not hear you speak about incidents that occurred during the 2020-2021. How you compare and contrast those figures up to the current time. Because I think the Human Rights Watch or Human Rights Organization has a delicate duty to do, and due diligence is required in handling those activities. So can you speak to us on what happened before as compared to what is happening now across the country? That would be my first question.
Well, the report in its entirety, there are considerable improvements in some areas, and some areas still remain a challenge. The issue of ministerial death, there's a decline in ministerial death. Unlike in the past, all right? But on the issue of pre-trial detainees, like I said to you initially, it went up and declined in 2023 and 2024.
Mm.
But in 2025, it went back up. And one of the reasons why it went back up is because of the vigorous efforts being made by the LDA, the Drug Enforcement Agency, and other law enforcement agencies to arrest more people.
Mhm.
So because as they arrest more people, the book are not, it is not buildable, so it's leading to the overcrowdedness. That's why it's going back up.
Mhm.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. Does that speak to prior to this period? I'm talking about 2021, 2020, 2021. I understand that you are giving something that will be for the 2023 to the 2026. But how do you correlate that with
But
those
the
that
report is
people?
focusing on 2025. I only reference
Oh,
2021, 2022 as a baseline, looking at the graph that we created.
okay, okay,
All right, but that
yes,
that
sir.
is not the period of the report. We're just
Okay,
telling you between 2021, it went up continuously, and in 2023 then it dropped.
okay,
In
okay,
2024 it dropped. In
okay,
2025 it went back up, and
okay,
our focus was not just a report that is the more people in prison. But we also needed to understand why was it that way. It was because of the drugs law.
okay,
The drugs law is not beatable. And once the law enforcement agencies are vigorously doing their work and arresting more people, you're going to have more people going to jail. And then the prison get overcrowded.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, before we move on to Claudie, I want to ask you my first question. About the report. A report transmitter said it was 2024 report. And when you look in it, you see that it appears in the that it appears to be maybe an error. The cover letter identifies the report as 2025 Human Rights Situation Report, and the forward likewise describe it as 2025 Annual Human Rights Report. So, no, where the confusion comes from, the 2024 and 2025.
Well, I'm not sure I ever came across. I will have to check what you're talking about. But like I
Okay.
said, the report is 2025 report. And this report, I honestly admit, and we take responsibility that it came in belated. But it should have been released in December 2025. But due to some issues with the previous chairperson, the report was not released on time. And when I assumed the responsibility, I made it my duty to get a report released. And in December 2026, we will be releasing the 2026 report on December 10.
Okay. Let's see. The report, I mean, it's a good report. Your efforts has to be, your effort has to be, applauded. The report said the commission documented 90 reported rape cases, and that the police investigated and referred the majority for prosecution. Okay. But what does 90 tell us? Did rape cases increase or decrease? How many victims were children? What was the geographic distribution? How many suspects were arrested? How many cases reached court? How many results or how many resulted in conviction? How many were dismissed? How many remain pending? How long did survivors wait for trial? These are my series of questions concerning rape cases in your report. I mean, these were not covered in your report. And that's why I'm asking those questions. Thank you.
Okay, so the report,
We
like you said, on the issue of rape, those cases that were forwarded to court are still pending. And so, and because they are still pending, there is no final judgment. It's one of the reasons why we have the overcrowdedness. We did not disintegrate the report to know the obviously when we say rape cases, we specifically referring to male raping female. It doesn't mean that male female cannot rape male, but in this context and what has happened, the rape cases are the women are the victims, and they have been abused. They have been taken advantage of by their male counterpart, and the cases have been forwarded, like we said, and some of them are still languishing in courts.
Yes, but what I was asking.
So one of the issues we also, if you look at the detailed report, is how to what extent victims are having adequate access to judicial redress, and how fast and speedily justice is being rendered. These are challenges that still remains to be a problem. And what we are doing now is to also begin to monitor the courts to know whether the judges are proceeding and fast enough to ensure the victims and those who go to seek rights and justice be served on time.
Mr. Noble, let me just come in there for 30 seconds towards a minute.
Hold on, we have to move to another person, but I feel that my question is not answered yet. Of the 90 cases reported, how many are pending now? All the 90? And after that, no, after you answer my question, we'll move to Claudie. Councilor, are you still there?
I'm here. You are low. That's why I'm trying to put the phone to my ear to hear you.
Okay. I say of the 90 cases reported, I think in 2024, how many of those cases are pending? And how many of those cases where there are some conviction? I mean, that's the breakdown or I was looking for. Please be brief, and then we'll move to another panelist.
I'm actually not getting you. You're kind of very, very low. I don't know whether it's the network. You are very, very low.
Let me come in there. He is
Okay.
asking you, Councillor, of the 90 or so report, 90 or more report, how many persons were released or in the report? I think that's the front of the question.
No, no one has been released. All right, no one has been released. Like we said, those cases are still pending, and we asked the Ministry of Justice to tell us the status of those cases. And what they say in their response is that they are making frantic effort, because one of the problems the prosecutors across the country have had is mobility. So they said they have bought vehicles and given all the logistics for the prosecutor. The prosecutor, that is the county attorney, begin to work. And then you will see in the report that they listed those who were released, either on the executive clemency or other conditions. But what is interesting to note is that as they release or you free these people, every day, take for example, Monrovia prison, you got all the magisterial courts in Moswaro sending people to that
That
place.
is,
So if you free them, wasn't the next thing you probably have it.
Councillor Family, you are breaking. I don't know if it is only for me.
I think it's because of the weather. I think it's the weather because
Because he said he was not hearing me, I went off, and came back, and he stayed breaking. So
that's the weather, I guess.
maybe he can go out and come in. While some of you have the report, while we can go to the report and be discussing the report. Okay, now he's back. Are you hearing us, Councillor? Oh no.
That was
Yeah, Mr. Mo, you are calling guys. sorry, Mr. Moju.
So, Nubo, how are you?
Councillor Famula, we are back.
Yeah, sure. I think it's much better.
Yes. Okay, so Claudia, we'll go to you. Any question you have for Councillor Famula?
Yes, I have questions. I was trained by one of the best out here, Mr. Kenneth Best from Daily Observer, and one thing I learned in the media is being able to have clarity and understanding things properly. Mr. Fumbly, I want us to be able to build credibility here with you. And everyone is listening to this program, and the credibility issue that falls right within your own INCHR. I just want to get a bit of clarity to help the audience to trust everything that you're saying here tonight, because you are the acting commissioner in that particular entity, playing the role of a leader. So my question is directed towards helping us to understand how credible your institution is, so that we can move forward in getting questions and answers. So let's start by asking what's happening inside your own walls at your entity. My question is basically, because I wrote it down, I've been checking out your report and stuff. Recently, Our
All right,
Excellency
honestly, I
suspended.
must.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, okay.
All
All right.
right,
So recently,
Councillor, are you hearing her?
honestly,
are you hearing me?
Go ahead,
yeah,
Councillor.
let her go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay,
Okay.
it's trust
So
me,
let her go ahead. I
I'm
didn't get the good question.
okay. The president recently
I got
suspended some.
portion of the question. I didn't get her concluding.
Okay, the president recently suspended a lot of commissioners for corruption allegations that, of course, they publicly denied, and you're innocent until proven guilty. For the average Liberian, like I said, that's listening right now, that trusts and want to trust you, I just wanted to get a clarity from you with your leadership, because I've worked along with people who worked along with you, and you seem so sincere and honest. But I want to know from you, what strategy have you put in place to make sure that your commission is credible? Because we know that you're the acting commissioner, playing a role that the former commissioner lost as related to allegations of corruption. So what are you doing right now to make sure that your INCHR stays out of corruption and stays out of those, any kind of thing that relates to corruption? That's my first question to you.
Whoa.
Okay, so let me provide some clarity first. The president did not suspend several commissioners, but instead,
Okay, sorry.
the president suspended the chairperson, Councillor T. Dempster Brown, on the allegation of forgery, acts of corruption, abuse of power, and gross insubordination. So those were the conditions under which he was suspended. And it was on that basis that I had the opportunity to be appointed as acting chairperson. Honestly speaking, the commission has been engulfed with some disagreements that took away the commission's focus on its mandates, and to some extent affected its credibility, and especially with donor partners. And it was not actually a functioning body, and that's one of the reasons why the report was delayed since December up to now. Well, when these issues occurred and reached the presidency, the president, in his wisdom, decided that he would suspend the chairperson and forward him to the Ministry of Justice for onward investigation, and they appointed me to act. What I did was to rebrand the commission, reconnect it with its statutory partners, that is the UNDP, UNICEF, Office of the High Commission on Human Rights, the EU, the Swedish, the Irish. So I've had several meetings in the last 2 months with all of the partners to reassure them the commission under my leadership is going to be very functional. It's going to be very professional and will deliver on its mandates. So we are rebranding. We are rebuilding the commission image. As I speak to you, we are taking several other steps to give public confidence to the work that we do at the commission.
Okay, excuse me.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Wait, let me come in. I want to respond to that, Mr.
Hold on, Claudie. All those who are not asking questions, please mute yourself. There are some interferences. So, Claudie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Fumbale. I really appreciate your response, and also not getting angry at me for saying several commissioners. I'm sorry for that, misinformation.
No, I do not take offense to that. I can understand.
Thank you. We're still learning now. So, are you still officially the acting chairman, or has it? I mean, like I thought they expired that last month, or how does that work?
I am the acting chairperson appointed by President Joseph Nyeama Boakai to act until the investigation involving the actual chairperson is concluded.
Oh, okay. So how are you going to fix the human rights issues that we have in Liberia when you have so many indoor issues to be fighting? This allegations of fraudery and all the things happening within your own domain. How will you be able to focus on what's happening out here to us?
Well, since I assumed the role, along with the two other commissioners who are there, I have carried on some form of reforms, and we continue to do that to professionalize the institution. The institution was lacking the proper kind of leadership it needed to drive the human rights issues across the landscape of this country. All right? But today, there's a complete change. We have been able to get the staff back to work. We are carrying on reform. We are building capacity. We are making sure we have the right staff to do the job. And those who are not doing the job or who should not be there, we try to get them out of the system, because if they are not there on the basis of merit and they are not competent, they are not qualified, we definitely making those changes. One of the things we have done is that we have been able to get CSA, the Civil Service Agency, to get in there to review and upgrade our human resource capacity and restructure it. In just 2 months in charge, I have been able to ensure that we built a human resource management software that will account for staff when they are on leave, when they are not, if they are at work, every other thing that is required in our software is built. Before then, all these things were lacking. So staff were now at work. So people were staying home and taking pay. But since I took on, if you don't work, you don't get paid. So people are forced to come to work. We're giving them tasks to do, and we're giving them logistics to execute that. And that's one of the reasons why, in a short time, we did not only produce a report, but we were able to draft the amended bill of the commission. We developed a 6-month work plan that we are executing. And under that work plan, we are about to go across the country to monitor safe homes, because people take the safe homes, they open safe homes, and they traffic children. They do not care for them. They don't get the adequate support they need. So we have written the gender ministry and informed them that we will do a monitor of safe homes. One of the issues we also have on our laws, Liberia is the only country in the sub-region that still have death penalty on its book. So we are working on the legislature to remove that, and as well work on the draft bill on FGM. So we are doing a lot of stuff going on power.
All right. So, Mr. Nubo, I have one final question.
Claudie, we have to move on. Let's move on
Okay.
Mr. Emmanuel Zaza for his 2 questions. Maybe Mr. Zaza, ask your 2 questions and let a chairman or acting chairman answer them quickly, and then we'll move on to Mr. Moyu. Yeah. So
Thank you so much, Councillor Family. It's a pleasure to have you. To share.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a few concerns. I read through the document, and one major thing got my attention. And
what is that?
And your reading also brought few questions to me from your reading, even though I did not consider it that way. But you created that question. I'll come to you later. What actually grabbed my attention is the issue of you talking about the mental health. That people with epilepsy, maybe I don't know. There's no. Let me see what I wrote down. I beg you, just give me look at what I wrote down. Yeah, what you said. I wrote something down. The issue of epilepsy. Yeah. Where to go? Mental health. Sorry, I just give you a moment. Yeah, so you say on the mental health, the government, where is it? It's right here. Okay. Oh God. Okay, let me leave that one. When I come back to you, but this is my question. On the issue of you justifying, should I say justifying, or maybe helping the government to justify why you think there are so many people in prison? In my opinion, don't you think you should ask the government to build more prison? Because when the prisons were built, most of the prisons when they were built, the population were not at the level it is now. Don't you think in your report you should recommend for the government to build more prison than for you to justify why you think there are more people in prison on pre-detention?
No, let me just provide this clarity. I am not justifying why people there's overcrowdedness in the prison center. But we also have to be earnest and be realistic about the situations on the ground. The report is not meant to just attack the government, but it's to raise issues and bring them to the attention of the government to mitigate them. Over the years, there have been discussions about building new prison facilities, which has never happened. All right? And again, even yesterday, I was in a meeting with the Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia, and we discussed this matter. It's a long-term plan that the government envisaged to do. So at the moment, what can we do to address the issue of overcrowdedness? We have agreed as a commission of our own to carry out some legal process to file actions against the government to release individuals who are overstayed in prison facilities in Monserrado, in Magibi, in Bong, in Nima, and Bassa. So we'll be going across the 5 counties between now and December to file the appropriate legal action for the release of those individuals who have overstayed, because you cannot have someone as a pre-trial detainee after 3 terms of court and you still got them in prison. There are people who've been in jail for 2 years. They have never seen the courthouse. There are people who've been in jail for 1 year. They've never been to the courthouse. That action by itself violates their rights to access to justice. So while we raise the issue of government and beat on government to do something, we too are taking some initiative to address that. And the way to address it is to go to the respective courts that send them to the prison center and file the appropriate action, to dismiss the allegation against them or the crime and get them free.
Mr. Zaza,
I-
your second question.
Yeah, I got it. I'll go to my second question. I got it. But what I'm saying, the point that I'm saying is that for you to say the reason it increase is because of this law. In my opinion, if you are creating more
No,
law, that will trap. I come in, cancel that beginning end. My point is, in my opinion, is if the people are creating more jobs, that will mean more laws that will trap more people, then they should expand the prison system. And I leave, they should not create more laws and leave the same old prison system that was built for just 1 million people, were almost 6 million. So you are creating more law, then build
no,
more
I agree with
detention
you.
areas.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay.
But on the other side, we cannot blind our eyes to the reality. If you see the graph,
Okay.
I'll tell you in 2023, the overcrowding dropped. In 2024, it always dropped. By the time the government decided that they will go out vigorously to enforce the drugs law, to break down cartels, arrest individuals in drugs, it went back up because the drugs law is non-billable. All right,
Okay.
and so maybe we also need to, while we should be building a bigger prison facility, we should also need to be looking at the drugs law, and that is the recommendation we are making. So it doesn't mean we're defending the government, but we're telling the government, do this, build a bigger prison center, but let's look at the law as well. Because right now, a consumer will go to jail on no bill. The person who is trading it, the person who facilitated it, everybody go to, when you get charged, you go straight to prison and you remain there and the case is heard. So do you imagine if all the magistrate courts across the country send about 50% of the cases to court, it's going to shoot up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So my last point. We are always on the show, and we noticed that on several occasions, I think any of the people can be in the morning, but for those who can be with us in the morning, we raised it that almost every court term they leave out rape cases. They don't put on a docket. We complain about it several times. So how do you track those rape cases when people don't put on a docket, when the court don't record them? How do you track them? Councilor, do you want me to come again with the question?
Thank you. Did you get a question?
I didn't get the question.
No, he didn't get it.
No,
Okay,
no.
so I'll think about
Repeat.
Israel on about three court terms
Court term.
went by without rape cases being placed on the docket. My question is, when these cases are not being placed on the court docket, how do you track them? Because I didn't hear you talk about them, or maybe I had to go get it. Please, if I miss it, how do you track those cases, those rape cases that are not being put on the court? I go court docket for about 2-3 court terms.
So
Somebody please relay the message
the first
to me.
thing, the prison centers are I got you.
I'm not thinking about prison. I'm thinking
So
about
the prison centers,
rape cases. I'm thinking about rape cases, not prison. Rape cases are not being
Okay,
placed on
let
the
him
docket.
respond. He said
okay,
he got-
cases why they are not brought to court, or what you mean?
Court term, the
Yeah,
docket, the docket. The question
Yeah,
is
they are not
about
being
the
placed on the
docket.
docket. They are not being brought to the. They are not being brought to the court. They don't assign them to adjudicate them. The rape cases.
No, but if let me make this clarity. If a person is arrested, investigated by the Liberian National Police, and there is probable cause established, and the person is charged, obviously the police by law must follow that person to court. So to say the case are not brought to court, no, I think probably you're making an error in the explanation. But they were brought to court, and maybe either the person is sent to jail if the matter, this issue of non-bailable offense. Rape generally is not bailable except there are honor conditions on which some will say when presumption is not great. but generally people, it's not bearable. So when they charge you and take you to court and you go to prison, the state, meaning the government, what we call the duty bearer, has a responsibility to make assignments, all right, to prosecute the person. And a lot of time, when people are sent to jail, the government does nothing to get assignment. The people who brought the complaint, they don't have time, because what they wanted to achieve would be probably to put the person in jail. So if somebody is raped, and and the matter is at the court, you just need to get assignment. The lawyers have to move and make assignment. The court doesn't make assignment on its own. The lawyers might be the one to move the court to make assignment. So it's either the victim, and in most instances, the victim should be making the assignment and not the defendant.
Okay, thank you. But here in the U.S., if you are raped or you are assaulted, the state take over the case, not the family people. And that's what I was
Yes.
asking you at the beginning, that you talked about these 19 documented cases, but there's no breakdown. We don't know who are in jail. We don't know who have been free and what have you. But let's leave it at that and move on to Mr. Monju for his 2 questions. Brief 2 questions. Thank you.
Yeah, but let me just give some clarity on that. The report cannot give you the names of individuals who are in prison. Those
I was
who are
asking
in
about
prison,
the
they
number.
also have they have
The
privacy as
number.
well.
The number.
Those
20
information
out
are
of
available at the Ministry of Justice, and we have this I call it coordinated meeting where we go to and we get information. So as I speak to you, we got the list of all the pretrial detainees for McGivey, Bong, Nima, Bassa. We will now go into that list and see the names, see the crime they were charged for, how long they've been there, and when they fall in that category, we can go to the court and file an action and tell the court, look, these people's rights are being violated. They have
Thank
been in
you.
prison for beyond a certain period, and no one has come to hear them. So we are praying and requesting the court to dismiss the matter.
Thank you,
In that
sir.
case, when they argue the case, and they still have no genuine reason why they have not brought the person to court, they will send away the person.
Thank you, sir. Your report said comprehensive. So at least the breakdown that 10 people in jail been convicted, 10 people free, 5 people, they so in between. That would have helped. But let leave that topic.
But those
and
who
let's
are free are not our focus.
Okay, let's leave that.
Those who are free are not our focus. Our
Thank you.
focus is on those who are in prison.
Thank you, Councillor Famula. Let's move on to Mr. Monju for his 2 questions.
Hello, Councillor Famula. My name is Monju.
Mr. Monju, the floor is yours.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Great.
Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
So how you doing, Councillor Famula? My name is Monju. I live.
I'm good. I'm good.
I live on the West Coast. I'm a small business owner. I know you got the job that you have. It's a pretty tough job.
Yes.
Especially, holding that job, following, a post-conflict situation in Liberia.
Could you speak louder, small, a little bit, please?
No, I say your job is a tough job because you hold a job in a society that not too long ago was at war. So you got to stop building things. But what I want to ask you with regards to discrimination against vulnerable groups, what policies are in place, to that you guys put in place to ensure that the disabled, for instance, are given, a fair shake in Liberian society in terms of opportunities, like employment, school, healthcare, transportation, that sort of stuff. Has the government put any focus in helping disabled people? That's question number one.
Honestly speaking, that remains a challenge.
Okay.
All right. The first thing, most of the public buildings are not disabled friendly.
That is true. Amen.
Being enforced on that, but we are working. Firstly, we have a draft bill as the legislature we call the old folks bill. It will be lingering there for years, almost 4 years now. That bill should be able, when it's passed, it will be able to address the issue of the elderly and the vulnerable group of people. But again, we're still struggling with that.
Okay, so I know you work with the government, and this is going to be a tough one. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you grade this current government on human rights?
On a scale of 1 to 10, maybe I'll get in 6.5, or at most 7.
Okay, so that means the challenges are there.
Yeah, the challenges are still there.
Okay. So, Nuba, you see how I made it brief?
Can you in 2 minutes explain why you give them 6 or 7? And then
because there's improvement. I just told you in 2024 there was decline in the issue of menstrual death have reduced. Mob violence has reduced, but it's still a challenge. Not considerably reduced, but it's still a challenge. If you look at the report, it will tell you that people who got killed or beaten from mob violence on the allegation of either being witchcraft, and people taking the law into their hands. But there's also effort being made to address that. The Ministry of Justice was in the street. They have created clubs in these high schools about mob violence. We are trying to collaborate with them to have some kind of training with the motorbike and keke riders. But generally, these are people who are heavily involved with mob violence. If you are driving the vehicle and you hit one of them, you better run for your life, because in less than 5-10 minutes, 200 of them will assemble and surround you, and no time they are beating you or destroying your property.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Nepin, this time we have one question each. Please ask your one question.
Yeah, quickly, when you do the one question, if you want to speak the contemporary issues of today, please do so, because I think I can stay with you maybe the next 10 minutes, but this was on short notice. I didn't want to disappoint you. I still have some other issues. I had to run home to do this program and go back to the function.
But could you make it, please make it 15?
15. Okay, let's try.
Okay. So when we ask the question, please limit your answer, and then everybody will have a chance to ask, because we have a full house.
Noted.
So, Mr. Nippy, 1 minute and one question.
My question is going to be very brief. I did not hear the tabulation of how many boys are involved, how many girls are involved, and what the ages are. The report, the report or your explanation did not contain that. Please explain why.
Yeah, we did not include the gender component of on those data, but in the December report we will do that.
But Councillor, those are
Yeah,
important aspects of any report because you are capturing
I
the
agree.
human capital. Are coming,
I
Councillor.
agree. The report is now 100% perfect. We agree to. I just recognize that, and I said in December we
All
will
right.
in the next report,
All right,
we'll do
Councillor.
that.
All right. In your December report, therefore, you will be able to quantify how many boys the age of 10 to 16 or 16 to 20, girls, the same way, elderly people throughout the length and breadth of the country.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
what
what
we
I
call
hear you saying?
the gender lens of the report. We will
Right.
give you the general lens of the report in terms of the people, the age range, the sex, and probably even the
All right.
nationality. We got those, but we didn't feel it was so important to do that. But I
So
think it's
granted
a
that
need to
you
do
got
so.
those, granted that you got those, and they are coming in the December report. I heard you say that drug issues are not bailable. But in recent weeks, there was a female who was allegedly annexed to this drug issue, this current issue ongoing, 19 million and 317 million or so. And we heard the councillor speaking from the South Beach prison that the individual was bailed out of prison. How do you comment on that?
Well, I don't know
Well,
who the
we have
individual. I said
the
you called a
sitting
name
vice
that I can
president is
specifically
here.
speak to that.
Say that again.
Say he does not know
You
the
have not
information.
disclosed the person, so I cannot speak to that.
I said a female.
Well,
A female is general. It's not specific.
Okay, specific. Miss Bono.
Fina Bono,
Yes, sir.
but she is not in court because of the issue of drugs.
right.
What was she in court for?
The IRS arrested her and charged her on multiple criminal offenses, breaches of economic sabotage, diversion, and corruption, and other stuff. But it has nothing to do with drugs.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay. Your report, the commission report, overcrowding on sanitary cells, inadequate drinking water, and communicable diseases. It states that Grand Crew has no precinct facility and uses the police station for police force holding cell as a precinct. It also reports insufficient food and bedding for inmates in Greenville. What are you doing to solve these problems here? I didn't see, the recommendation. Okay, Grand Crew is a whole county. It does not have prison. And the people, in some kind of hut where the police people are as a holding cell. And I mean, and you are not only for Monserrato, you are or a commission, national commission. All these years, what have your commission done? People prisoners in Greenville, they are not eating. I heard that was the same story in Harper. There was when they burned the Harper prison, there was some inmates sent to Zwedru, and Zwedru said they didn't have food for them. So what are you doing? You are the Human Rights Commission.
of Liberia, not Monrovia. What have you done? That's my question.
So what we did is what you are reading in the report. That's what we are obligated to do. Statutorily by law, we are supposed to report those incidences and follow up with national government to build we don't build prison center. We don't feed prisoners. It is the state duties.
You make recommendations.
Yeah, so
right?
we work with the national government, remind them that you need to provide those facilities because they are lacking. Our report is to highlight them and wish that we address them.
Okay. We're going to move to Mr. Chris B. Webb for his one question. Mr. Webb. If you are not there, no, then we'll move to Mr. Cassell. Okay, Mr. Cassell.
Hello?
I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Cassell, it's your last question.
Claudie before Mr. Cassell.
Yeah, like Claudine.
Okay, Claudie.
Yeah, then Mr. Cassell, then I come in.
Oh,
Claudie,
okay.
I told you, all right. Yeah, Claudie coming with a last shot because the Honorable is leaving in a few minutes.
Oh, okay. All right. So the reason why we invited you tonight, apart from the report, is because of the visual we saw you in today on the TV, visiting, trying to see Jewel Howe Taylor at the hospital. And your recent report paints a very dark picture about the state security and accuses the Liberian LNP of brutality and a lot of obituary arrests and so forth. And that's alarming. But what's alarming more is the way that they treated you when you went there. It was as if they didn't even accord to you. You know, you were literally like trying to maneuver around them, and they were just like looking at you, not respecting and giving you the due diligence of who you are, the commissioner of human rights. I mean, you are the watchdog for the watchdogs. But my question to you is this: does your commission actually really have power to protect the ordinary citizen, looking at that the police really don't respect the commission? Are you a watchdog without teeth? You don't bite.
So, yes, we have the authority, we have the expertise, we have the capacity to monitor and report on human rights issues across the country. And our visit this morning was in line with that duty. From the day that the former vice president was arrested, we assigned our monitors to monitor the situation and report to us. We received information that she fell sick and was taken to the prison. A few hours later, we read a post from the former representative Akaros Gray alleging that the former vice president was humiliated, tortured, or beaten. I mean, there was issue of the allegation. So several allegations he made, and so we thought it was important not to just send ordinary monitors there. So we ourselves, as leaders of the commission, should go there along with the monitors to have access and speak to her to confirm what's going on with her. We proceeded to the Liberian National Police headquarters, and the Inspector General, the IG, was not present. But there's a guy called Jonah in his office who gave us and said we can go. We will not have problem. We'll have access, but not be certified. we called the Minister of Justice office that granted us permission to go. So when we got there, we met not I won't use the word resistance because we did not force our way to even go. We met the police and told them why we were there and introduced ourselves, and they said they were not allowing us in because they did not get instruction from their supervisors. I called 102, called 112. They answered, but they all said the same thing. I called the Justice Minister office back, and he said, but they should not give us, they shouldn't be given hard time because we have right to do what we're doing. And you know, there's this speculation on the radio and on the social media. Folding, and we have spoken to the public and maybe ease the speculation that was in the media, but unfortunately we were denied. However, a few hours later, the RG who went to the same hospital came on air to apologize to us, and we accepted in good faith because we are not at war with the police. We are trying to complement
Whoa.
Oh, wow. Let's hope he comes back and gives us more. Oh man, I felt that other network loss of connection. I felt that one.
But the police should not have obstructed his movement into the wherever vicinity to work. Because the police honor the ambit of the Ministry of Justice.
Yes, I listened to the
The police should
IG.
not have done that.
Hello, I listened to the police IG saying that they were trying to get in contact with him and they could not reach him, and he apologized for that, and that's why he was stating when he got off. I don't know why he was not getting their calls, and even when he complained to the justice minister should have immediately contacted the police director. I mean, that is hospital. It's not the police that the police have power over. And the police director secondly said that anybody that want to see the former VP, they should consult her lawyers. I don't know if it has anything to do with hospital visit. Yeah. I hope he will come back because
He does. I hope he does. But the point I was making is that the police department, maybe the Minister of Justice just said go and did not direct the police or instruct the police director that the human rights director was going to the hospital. So there was a recent communication.
They tried to call the police, they could not get the police.
Yeah. But the human rights director,
The Minister of Justice? Oh, Jesus.
the human rights
The
director,
Minister of Justice.
they have rights. I mean, they can go anywhere.
My God.
It's I don't know, man. I don't know how to run things in our country.
So, Mr. Nubo, can I say something quickly before you get to the phone line?
Just a minute.
I
The woman is
want.
not okay, go ahead.
Okay, so again, for those that are tuning into I Beg to Differ, this is a constructive and conversational platform, and we are live here. I'm Claudia Smith. I want everyone to know that when it comes to prison, it's a place that no one should go, want to go, or even dream of going. because it starts from the cell at the police station, it reaches to South Beach. When you enter in the cell, if you don't have no physical cash on you, you will be not brutalized. I don't want to use that word, depending on how you can handle pain. But you'll be knocked about. They'll knock you around, they'll kick you around, push you around, tell you to squat down, take all your clothes, bend down, do they want, do that one. They will not sexually assault you, but you'll be slapped around and beat up a bit, no matter who you are. So the human rights director, because I heard the interview he talked about, there were allegations. People were posting, "Oh my God, and I poisoned her. Oh my God, and I beat her." Because we know what happened with, like I said, the Musu Scott's mother, who's like close to 90 years old. She was beaten up in that place, you know? And there was no rights for her. Nothing came out of it. So I'm sure that's why he went to go and check on her, because I don't care who you are, it's going to happen. You know, and that's something that the human rights directors need to work harder on, protecting people from, well, I can't say they need to work harder on it, because even in American jails, you know, people get beat up and a lot of things happen. We just need to stop getting in trouble. You know, the law has to be abided by. When you go to bed at night, let your nightmare be of going to jail, so that they break you and I go to jail. Trust me, no one should or want or should try to go to jail, because if you go to jail, they're going to beat you and slap you around. Trust me. So I can imagine what she went through her first day there. And looking at
Yeah.
someone who is a COVID survivor, we can imagine.
But that is good that you point it out. But this is the same commission that talk about Grand Crew. They have no prison. Prisoner in Sano do not have food. I know prisoner in Hapo, that's the same thing. They point those out, which is good, but they did not make any recommendation how to solve these problems here.
I
And
think
even
I agree with Mr. Nubo.
even the South Beach
Yeah.
Beach was designed for certain number of prisoners, and they exceeded that. Even the prison in Zredru, the same thing. So why the Human Rights Commission is not making recommendations? I mean, you can write all the book you want, but what the policy makers want to look at is your recommendation and your conclusion. But he didn't touch any of those
you
tonight.
know,
But that's why Mr. Nubo,
I hope he will come back.
that's why Mr. Nubo, Kwame Nkrumah said, if you're making a prison, you should make that prison as a where you will go there tomorrow.
Yeah.
But our lawmakers have forgotten that they themselves are human beings. So they make these kind of laws that do not encompass the prison cell to be adequate. For instance, you cannot take human resource. Human beings are resource people. You cannot take them and put them in jail for years, and the person is just there doing nothing. They should have somewhere to go, and it should be sectionalized. You have people who are drug people who are vandals, people who are victims of sexual assault, people who are cocaine dealers, people who have harmed other people. They should be sectionalized in a way that when they get there, those on short time will be trained. For instance, the petty criminals, those who do larceny, they will be trained in carpentry, in plumbing, in sewing, female that is. And when they come from there, prison should not be a place where you go for them to treat you bad. It should be a place of rehabilitation because you are a human person, you are capital. So that when you leave from the prison, and that's why I want him to come back. When you leave from the prison, you have your hands, you can do something. In our setting, it's strange. It's strange. People just go there, and sometimes they route there, they carry them right on Central Street, and they bury them. The people don't know anything about it. And I think he has a challenge because he is a watchdog to watch on the very government that appointed him. So you see the challenge right there? He is not independent of the government.
One area I would like them to focus on is corruption as a human rights problem.
Exactly.
That's something they also need to focus on.
Exactly.
If you got somebody who misappropriate government funds, it has a corrosive impact on, say, the government ability to build schools, healthcare. If somebody see $500,000, imagine that. How much $500,000 can do in a situation like we have in Liberia in terms of schools, roads, and you name it. So I was going to ask him, what is his commission doing to combat this systemic generational virus that we have in Liberia called corruption? The theft of public funds. That should be part of the mission of the Human Rights Commission. Right, Mr. Anubo?
Yes, it also reports a decline in perceived racialistic killings from 12 to 3, while mob violence increased from 3 to 11. And for months, we have been talking about the missing people in Grand Gila County. Can somebody give this group a wake-up call and say, this is what's going on in Grand Gila County? How many of them?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask for the other report.
Reporters all over. But which reporter is sent to Grand Gila County that they don't report on the 8 cases or more cases in Grand Gila County? I mean, these people, they just sit in the comfort of Monrovia and write all kind of reports. That's what I feel. I rest my case.
But I feel strongly that the Human Rights Watch, that's why I say it's a huge challenge. Because he is trying to police the very government that appointed him. How thorough can he be? Secondly,
cannot buy the hand that feeds you. I say he cannot buy the hand that feeds him.
That's what I know. So he will not be objective. He will not be objective. And the second thing I found out that he talks about going to the hospital to see the former vice president, the senator of Bong County. I said, then anytime that Man Wata, Man Annie, Joseph, Mulba was arrested, and the Human Rights Watch of the government of Liberia go to see the condition of the person. So it's just selective. Because I wanted to ask him that question. You're going to the hospital. There have been other people who have been involved in crime, and they've been taken to the hospital. Did you people go there to monitor them? Or is it because, because that was an entrapment question I was going to give him. And he said, yes, I was telling him, but then it is selective. If you're doing a comprehensive human rights justice, then it should be graduated from the bottom up to the top. And not only when the bird is sitting way up there, then it is a case of interest. You see, and this is the kind of thing that we have in our society. This is the kind of thing we have in our society. You see, the poor man will be the one the justice system is all about. The care of the human right is never attention to the poor man. But as soon as they hear some kind of big man is in some kind of problem, like my classmate, Samuel Jackson. Like my classmate Samuel Jackson, asking Patrick, we went to school together, we sat in the same class. We are Logic Roma and the likes. As soon as they came to Samuel Jackson, you saw all of them going there. That's a big man, that's a powerful man, that's a big. God did not create people for us to distinguish between the human beings. God, when He created us, said, the human race, I created you in my image and after my likeness. So everybody, whether the person name is Tamba like my son, God created him. So selective interest ought not to be when you are talking about human rights. So I'm sure he's not coming back.
Well, the report state that its investigations found no evidence of a deliberate state policy or systematic state-sponsored commission of violations documented. And this is very important, but such a conclusion deserves an explanation of the evidentiary test used. Did the commission examine comments, structure, patterns across security institutions, official directives, and I mean, there are a whole lot of things because I feel that because they are state institution that they avoided, and as I was saying, you cannot bite the hand that feeds you, and I think that is what going on, and maybe that's why our almighty guest left without a closing statement. Maybe we'll try again to get him here. But we have about 15 minutes to play with. So Claudia is out because late. So Mr. Monkey, let's get to you.
Monju,
Okay, I'm back. What was the question?
Okay, I say the report is sympathetic to the government. Even racialistic killing, they say racialistic killing disappear. Make mysterious disappearances, those disappear. But we are talking about the missing children in Grand Jade, the missing people in Grand Jade, and they overlook that. And they say they cover the same people all over the country. So the report is not realistic. And
I'm glad you know that.
That's why. That's why I asked him.
It's like they do not want to bite the hand that feed them. The government appoint them. So it comes to you, Mr. Moju.
That's why I asked him to grade, his agency, the HRC, the Human Rights Commission, because I did that intentionally to see, and I have to give him credit because if there was some other person who I wouldn't say a bootlicker, but it's not independent at all, they would have said, oh, the government up to 8 or 9. At least he said 6 to 7.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, when you run an organization that the government finances, and I think most of the financing coming from the government,
Yes.
it's very hard to be an attack. Although, if you look at the mission of the organization, it gave them that right
Yes.
to attack, to go on, corrective actions against the government. They see the government lapsing in the area of human rights. They have the right to do that.
Yeah.
They can do that because they got the entire Western world looking at them and supporting them.
Yes.
In some ways. So I don't see why, there should be a fear to say, look, the government was supposed to mobilize support for the people of Grand Jita when this issue took place, but the government, they have not said anything. Even the Human Rights Commission, I have not heard anything about them with regards to the 2 missing people in Grand Jita. And they're the ones supposed to be, making the clarion call. They're supposed to be on top of the hill, blowing that trumpet of awareness of what happened and how government needs to mobilize support and, start an investigation. The problem is whenever there's a crime or an incident of murder, they tell you, the first 48 hours, those are mission critical hours in terms of solving that case, if it's a solvable case. But what are we talking about now? How many weeks or how many months now? So I think they dropped the ball on that. The government dropped the ball. The HRC dropped the ball. The so-called advocates and NGOs, because you don't only have the Human Rights Commission. You also have a lot of civil society NGOs in Liberia that are all about human rights. They all dropped the ball when it came to providing some sort of focus, giving some sort of support to the people of Grand Jita. If the local police can't do it, the national police, there was supposed to be some intervention from there. So far, we are at day number what? I don't know the spec, but for maybe a month or 2, and for 2 people to just disappear like that.
Yes.
Without any trace, it's very sad.
Absolutely, yes, among you. And the question is, why has he not talked about Grand Jita? Why did he not talk about Grand Jita? It reminds me of a man who has a fire height and he wants to cook his rice. You cannot put water in a fire height, especially with wood, and then expect to cook. Now, what I'm asking is a metaphor. The government is there, and you are the one that is commissioned by the government. Can you? I mean, can you be intentional? Let me put that word there. Yeah. Can you be intentional and say the government is doing this, which is the fire height upon which you want to cook your rice? It'll be difficult.
Yeah.
It will be difficult. And I suspect from the questions we were asking, somebody must have texted him. Those people like to ask plenty difficult questions. So tell them that you have other assignment But they forget to know that we are talking about the human capital of the nation. A person can go to court, and tomorrow they voted them in to office as president. The person can be managing director for LEC. The person could be police director. The person can be anything because God has capacitated every individual on planet Earth to have the ability to do certain things. Now, his report tells us for his own mouth, it has increased to 69%. But the report did not tell us how many youth have been incarcerated. Of that youth percentage, how many females are there? How many boys are there of this age? Then he says, oh, in our December report, the figures are there. It's just the police people that came the last time and they brought some kind of fiasco information. You see?
Yeah, what they do, the HRC, it's a data intensive endeavor. Their mission is driven by data. So I don't know how to go about collating the data, how to go about collecting data when I don't know of any sort of strong data collating and collecting infrastructure in Liberia. So how do they come up with some of these, percentages? Unless maybe they outsource that to, to foreign NGOs to do for them. Which I wouldn't be surprised if they do that.
Well, I don't think it's happening because in the prison area, there are no computers unless just recently they took computers to the Memorial City Central Prison. So where does he get a figure from?
That's why I wanted to ask.
Yes.
I don't know if the Human Rights Commission has computers.
Because everything he spoke about, I mean, their mission is all about data gathering. And I don't know if they have that data, like I said, data infrastructure in place. So, yeah, I mean, it's just, it's interesting that an organization that claims to do what they do, human rights, doesn't have modern day technology to help it with its mission, Modern
And
day,
then he comes and buy more of his predecessor. Well, I'm not close with the information why the president decided to dispense of him or put him on. I'm not close with that. But what I do know is that we are here now acting and we want to do our best. But you can't go there and say, man, was there for corruption? And they're saying to play for corruption. And the man was doing a whole lot of things in the place.
I missed that part.
Of a human right.
I missed that part.
But that way I was trying to and Nubo knows that he'll read my mind. So he said, no, before they called the man to run away. he did run away. Yeah, man. People are just kind of thing that we speak on the particular radio because we don't have the pieces of evidence to say, well, this is what you did. This is what you did. No, we are not up for those things. We want you to speak so we can understand and analyze what you from your own mouth. Then we will give you your own question. You see, we are like the doctors. You come and you complain. You tell us what your symptoms are and all kinds of all right. We gotta give you injection because you got chronic malaria. The injection that is scared of. Let's get out in there.
Okay.
But it was a good show. Mr. Nubo, the last time I said that I had my grandchildren, they were involved in a serious accident that would have been very tragic. But God's willing, they are recuperating, and I'm the error ball now for them.
Thank
So
you.
please pardon me when I come. I will always make sure to come around about 6 o'clock or 6:30 or so.
Okay, thank you very much, and
Okay.
sorry for your children, and I think God will be looking after them.
And
And
we didn't
please,
sing your birthday song, so I will sing it right now.
Our
please,
thoughts and prayers, Mr. Nippy. My
please
thoughts and
come with
prayers.
Thank you so much.
your closing argument, and then we'll go to Mr. Moju, and then we'll leave. I don't think Mr. Wright is back here. So, Mr. Nippy, your closing statement.
Well, I gave the land, Anthony or Councilor, I gave him 60%. I gave him 60% just as he gave his institution and the government, because he's an embodiment of the system. Because he is checking on his master, and his master got children some of whom are bad people, and he will not be able to tell the master all of the truth, because he will lose his job, as he referred to his predecessor that he was corrupt. And then I think they must improve on the report. I don't know whether the government did not see some red flags, or the government is comfortable because he is their man. It is not an independent institution that is doing it. It is a dependent institution of the government, which exercises the important function. And were he to be around the next time, I will make him to know that he's dealing with human capital. And we are just 5.2 million people. If we're going to put about 20% or 30% of our people in the jail, that would be 150,000 persons across the landscape of Liberia. Then we are doing ourselves injustice. While it is true that we want to make sure that those who commit crimes, speedily try and send for their 3 months, 6 months, 5 months, or 2 years. Those in the 2 years category, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years category must learn something, must have something that will positively transition them when they leave the jailhouse, so that they can contribute to the well-being of our country. And that is where I want to stop and say thanks to all of us who have been on the set, Claudie, and to our radio and television listeners, and the young man in the studio. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Moju, the floor is open for you.
Yeah, I'll be pretty brief. I got to first of all tell Mr. Famula thank you for coming. The job he's doing, as I told him, it's pretty challenging, especially given the fact that he's doing that job within a post-conflict society where you still have people suffering from the trauma that they've been through. There's this ripple effect from the war that's still eroding our society. So to be, the chair of a human rights or acting chair of a human rights commission, it has its challenges. But the fact that he came and answered some questions, we may not have agreed with, his response to some of the questions, but just the fact that he was able to come and share some light on what his organization is doing, and he was able to come to try to given the fact that they came out with the human rights report to try to explain some of the data within his report. Got to give him his propers for that. But that said, there's a lot that they need to do if they want to win over people like Mr. Nippy.
So scale him from 0 to 5.
There's a lot to do if he wants to win over people who understand that the challenges of human rights in the society, I mean, it's so massive. Anybody try to explain it away, like he tried, they will find themselves pretty much going into quicksand, like what he did with PM Mr. Nippy. And nice to see my brothers, Mr. Nubo, Mr. Nippy. I see Mr. Wright. I see it looked like he took today off. See see Alex as well. But yeah, gotta go. My wife called me from Liberia. I was trying to connect, but they got the rainstorm. So let me try calling her back.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
gentlemen.
Thank you. Apologize to her. No.
All right.
And thank you very much. And we had a very good show. And we'll meet here tomorrow.
Okay.
Then we decide on which topic, or maybe some of you can make recommendations. But I'm thinking about these people, the first 20 that went, and I think additional 200 supposed to go to Liberia, the deportees. Maybe it can be part of our topics tomorrow.
That's a good topic.
Yes. So
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow.
thank you and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.